Alrighty. Hello, and welcome back to some game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Hey Devil, how's it going? Loved the photos from the con, by the way. They looked really cool. Very envious. Big sad that I couldn't go to one. But no, it looked good. But yeah, I hope everyone's day's going well so far. I need to tie my hair up. I just realized. Give me a sec. I have a lot of things to kind of talk about and showcase today. Not hugely on the programming side. We're probably going to be doing that throughout the day, because I have a couple of weapons that I'll be doing some porting for. Today, it's my intention. Get through there. Now I can tie my hair up. But I do have, two things to talk about or show right away. And one of them's just kind of more following up on a teaser that I posted over on the Discord. And it's like photos without them in frame. I understand that feeling. That's always a fun time. Right, so the first one is to showcase the little teaser, and the progress that's been made on it. So the other day, I posted a teaser after showing that, I've the nearly done version of the Neurosummer. I did some more work on it, cleaned it up a little bit further, but like, so this is the next splash art that I've been working on. As you can see, it's still very work in progress, still getting a lot of the shape language done, but you can probably kind of tell who it is, just mainly because of this fella down here especially. And also the fact that there is the... Oh, no, you can't see the name. Yeah, you can see the name there. Alright. But yeah, this is, good old Mume. Sadly enough, has graduated. However, I did say I was going to do her character ages ago. I've been working on it. Her weapon and item have been in the game since pretty much, like, some of the earliest stages. So there was no way I wasn't going to follow through with it. But yeah, so this is the current, like, testing, getting it shape language done and getting the pose right and such. I'm playing around with the hair at the moment. Like, I kind of want to have it whipping up to this top end, but, like, also she has a really weird haircut. If anyone's actually seen it, on the reference image is a great example here, where it's kind of like, it's a ponytail, but it's a ponytail that splits into two. And trying to find a way to, like, represent that is not easy. Especially if I want to have a flowing kind of motion, because I kind of want to have this feeling like she's floating up in the air or flying down or something like that, because that just feels very on point for Mume. Also, the sheer amount of, like, bullshit here on her, like, hip, like, going on with the details here. You've got, like, the stuff actually strapped to the belt. You've got, like, the finer embroidery. You've got all that sort of stuff going on. It's gotta be a nightmare. I do appreciate that stuff like the gloves and the boots do have, like, up front, like, this is what they look like, stuff here. That does help a fair bit. But yes, no, Mume is difficult to do full design for. But yeah, I thought I'd show that. That's kind of the progress I've made. I've been tweaking away at it for the last, like, 2 days or something. If we're talking about the... Where is it? Might as well showcase it again on stream. We're going for splash arts. Where are you? There you are, Neurosummer. Yeah, as you can tell, I've been trying to slowly reorganize my files to, like, fit closer to consistent things instead of, like, characters. Something I've found is a little bit more useful. It's not, like, making the folders the specific characters, but making, like, splash arts in one area so I can track all of the splash arts a little easier. I'm not done, I'll do it again. Exactly. But yeah, here's the kind of like neat, for now, finished Neurosummer splash art. I'm still not happy with parts of it, but I think this is about as good as I'm gonna get. There we go. Like, I know there's still, like, a couple of pixels technically missing here and there. That's why I say, like, I still just need to do some cleanup. But I think overall, I'm pretty happy with how this has come out. I do need to kind of tweak the colors of the shoes here because I did it to represent something. I didn't fix that. Again, this is why I say, like, there's still just a handful of touches I need to do to just fix it all up. But I don't think there's going to be significantly, like, any significant changes done to this. There you go. Now, this is all of the, like, basic splash arts and stuff like that that I've been, I've worked on. So if there's all the characters at the moment that would be, like, going to the game. I'm still pretty happy with, like, how this one came out. In the end, I think this went through how many iterations again? This went through like 3 or 4 different designs, Dokis, because I just couldn't get like a good thing with it. I remember struggling there. Yeah, at least 3. I think it was at least 3, or like, and most of it was like, I would spend. This is what we had, the one where it was like the gun in front. Then we had. The jumping one, I think, was the next one. And then that just didn't work. And then we finally ended up with this one. Which I think just ended up significantly better for what we were going for. Yeah, there's still some lighting things. I think I fixed those on the original and I haven't updated them on this image. Because, like, I know there's also a skin for Doki. Doki's one of the ones that got a, like, a splash art skin before anything really was going on. I do need to still finish Ironmouse's skin splash art, and we do have Aura's splash art, skin splash art, I think, done. I'll have to double check that. But like, there's a lot of the characters that I just want to go through and tweak up. Like, I think I talked about this before, but like Shy Lily's, I really like it, but I think there's just a couple of changes I could make to it to make it look just a little bit better. Because I think, for example, the face, the way that the tattoos are coming onto the face, or the markings are coming onto the face, just don't look quite right. I think it's because I just need to fade them out a little bit. Like, blend them a little bit more, or like, blend them down to skin color a little bit, just a touch. Because I think that's currently the biggest, clearest weakness it has. once it loads. Right, like I think you can kind of see what I'm talking about when you look at it, because it just kind of, because the color is similar enough to the hair color, I think it just kind of blends and it makes it look like it's just her hair's coming up weirdly onto her face. Because I think this is based off one of her, like, the art, pieces of what Shaylily has, like, for official art. So yeah, I think I just needed, like, change the markings colors just a touch. And that's probably all that actually needs to really be done. And I think also the mouth needs to be changed, but I also don't think I've ever gotten mouths right. When you zoom out, the marks do blend with hair. Yeah. It becomes very evident. The other one is Monarch. I've already updated it once, but I'm still like touch and go with this one. And it's one of those problems where I don't know if I can resolve it without either completely overhauling it or just accepting this and just making a skin to like get over it. Because I just feel like this isn't enough for Monarch. But it's the problem as well, is like we've not seen this version of Monarch in yonks. Because we went through Siren and now Mafia Boss. And we've had those for like, specifically Siren, for a substantial amount of time. I mean, technically we have not even had, we had another one as well, because we had a different, it was an Empress form, I think was the second, like, humanoid one that she did. But like this one. I still feel like there's a little bit more I could do with this. I feel like it's just the way I've done some of the shading and all that isn't quite right, and some of the body shape isn't too clean. I feel like the abdomen's still too big. And getting some of that right, like the shaping for all of it's a bit... I don't know. It's one of those ones where I don't think I'm ever going to be happy with this, regardless of how much work I put into it. So it's either like I fully scrap it and go with an entirely different pose, or I just do maybe a little bit more cleanup and then leave it. Because I think this was me testing doing like a lot more lines as the shadows, so like actual darker lines like here and here. And I just don't think it worked. So what am I doing with that? Am I doing multi-levels of shading? Ugh. Ugh. Okay, yeah, I need to come back and do thing. I don't want to be negative today. That's fair. I mean, if you... But it does look lower quality. Yeah. I think this is nowhere near the, like, the quality level I can do, or I've represented with other splash arts. I think that's the main thing to take away from it. I know Mary's needs an update and a half, because that one was just awful. I did this one, I was unimpressed with it in the moment of doing it. And I'm just... Yeah, I think I just need to basically scrap this one and do it from the ground up again. Oh, chat, why are you a pain in the ass? There we go. So I wouldn't be able to make anything close to that. I mean, I can make the same argument with myself with, like, the ones I'm doing now. I would have looked at and gone, there's no way in hell I could do that, right? A lot of lag with the chat. Yeah, it's because I'm opening and closing files a lot at the moment, and my computer's kind of dying for it. Ugh. I probably should just leave this one open and then tab between them all. But like this, the Mary one, like just look at this and see how like this is done fairly early on, and it shows that I've also struggled with doing more like males as well. And this was the first one I did that kind of had an action-y pose as well. Like, it's so flat in so many ways. Like, and the face is just so derpy. Like, the hands look bad, the face looks bad, the coat, overall, not too bad, and same with the cape. But, like, the fact is, the thing I'll point out, like, look at these boots. It's literally, they're just colored, that's it. But, like, this hand, what the fuck's going on with this hand? What's going on here? Fuck, I just realized they're still using default coloring there. Like, that needs a bit of thing. And then, like, the tail is a bit weird, but the way it's kind of done, but, like, it's also partly because the coloring's not coming through very obviously because of the background. This also is a bit fucked there. Like, there's no shadow chasing the chain across his vest area. The hair itself also is a bit eh. But like there's, again, like there's stuff like this, which is just, I did this one in the point in time where I was just pumping out splash arts, and it kind of shows. And I feel like it was a very disappointing thing to have done. Like, I think the face would be fixed very easily by me, like, increasing the size of the eyes a little bit and then just changing a little bit of the shaping of it. And then, like, obviously fixing the mouth. Do that, fix the hands a little bit, add a little bit of detail to these boots, maybe just a bit of shine and shadow, and then, like, clean up other little bits and pieces here. You said tail as I was about to type hands. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, it's minor things I need to fix on it, but it, like, altogether comes across really poorly. Like, the arm also looks a little weirdly shaped, if you kind of look at it like this. In isolation, but it's also a jacket, so it's weird in general. Matara's, I still kind of want to come back and do, like, a couple of changes, but, like, we're getting into this era now, and this is something I'll openly admit. I am impossible to please with my own art. I'm gonna keep going, I want to do better. Like, the hands, I kind of want to do slightly better. But, like, outside of that, I think, for the most part, the mandibles are great, the feet and legs, pretty decent. Abdomen, chest area, I don't have any major problems with. Maybe some shading. I feel like I'm lacking on shading on Matara's. The face, I mean, it's really hard because you're hitting an angle that's really awkward. This being one of my earliest ones, and the shoes being, like, the only major issue still to me, says a lot. Like, I'm still really, really impressed by this one. And I think I'll stand by, this was when I started learning, so like with the pants and stuff, you can see that I use a lot of like shadow to define where things are. I learned that here the most for doing the rest of them, and I'm really disappointed where I didn't like keep practicing it. in some ways. But yeah, no, I do want to fix these shoes. The details on these are looking fucking foul. Junipers, I mean, this one will always be a troublesome one because, I see one of the pink pixels. This one will always be troublesome because this has to inherently be lower quality to fit all of them in. Right? Like, you compare it to this is very zoomed in because she's crouching, so I can get all of her image into one frame pretty easily. All of these are the same size, technically, of, I think it's 256 by 256 is the space that I give myself for splash arts. So, like, this is 256, right? This is 256. You can kind of see already where details have to deteriorate a little bit to accommodate the size difference. And then you've got this. This is 4 characters into one thing. You see it drastically drop. Like, the mouths especially are, like, probably the biggest evidence of that. Because they got warped as hell by trying to reduce the sizings. Because I did actually draw these at proper size, then shrunk them down, then tried to fix them. Iron Mouse is one. So this is a funny one. I thought I wanted to update this one, then I looked at it again like 2 days ago, and I'm like, I don't know what I would fix. Like, there is nothing inherently clearly wrong with this one in a way that makes me annoyed, other than maybe its pose. But at that point in time, again, the basic skin of a lot of these characters, so like this is the default skin of Iron Mouse. The default skin is like kind of fine to be a fairly generic pose. I mean, this is, again, based off one of her concept art, like, panels for this, this model. So, I use those a lot when I'm doing some of these more defaulty ones, as I tend to use, like, fairly generic poses for them. I say that with, I mean, case on that makes sense. Matara, there's not really a generic pose that she had anywhere. Same with Mary that I could find. Same kind of Monarch. That wasn't just like the character sitting or standing straight on. I don't know. It's an impossible one. Guru, I mean, there's probably poses I could have used, but yeah. I still do want to come back and maybe do a little bit of tweak up to the face again. Every time I come back to this, it's just like mild changes I make. But I don't think there's much left to do. This one, this is the first time, like, I was going through all of these kind of like how I am now. And this was one of the ones I just came and look at. I'm like, I just really love this. Like, I've had a lot of people point out, like, the hair color is, not quite right, and I agree with that. There was an example as well of, like, the blending of the, shoes down here, and how, like, difficult it is to kind of, like, differentiate the tail and all this, because they're very similar colors. Like, all 3 colors here are very similar. Like, I'm looking at the stream thing instead of looking at my screen, and, like, it's really hard to determine very clearly the difference between this is, like, the skin, this is the tail, this is the shoe. So that's a very valid criticism to kind of put forward. But overall, I just really like the splash art. I think the splash art came out phenomenally. And the fact that people, like, really quickly wanted to point out, like, very, very simple corrections and changes I could potentially do, kinda indicated to me how much people liked it as well, because they just wanted it to be that little bit better. So I appreciated that. Then there's the Doki one that we showed earlier, which again is an indicator I can't do mouths. Boobies one, another one I looked at and I'm like, I probably should update it or tweak it. I mean, don't look at this hand. Just don't look at it. For all our sanity's sake. That one's not so bad. I don't think there's really much I can actually do other than like maybe a bit of a cleanup to his face, like increasing the size of his eyes. But you have to be dangerous with that, because the moment you increase the size of the eyes too much, they get a lot more feminine in anime style. So outside of like maybe hands, a little bit of face, it's not really much else I can happily do. Maybe a bit more shading. Auras will always be one of my favorites. It was one of the first ones I did, and it was one of the ones I still stand by. Is just so well done. Like, I think I pretty much nailed it on that time. What else have we got? Yeah, there's a Neuro-Sun one. Again, this one just needs some minor things, I think. Shy Lilies, and then I think Cinder's the last one on the list. Yeah, because now we get back into a repeat, but from the miniaturized ones. Which this one, I think there's a little bit of changes I could do for the face. I know I'm a bit hesitant to talk on this one, because I know some people are like... weird with talking about Cinder nowadays. But she's in the game, she's gonna stay in the game. I choose to use this game to represent the best of the community and think about the individuals at their best. Most of the time. Some people are me, yeah. Like, I've talked before about most of my opinions on the matter. But I do my best to not act weird about it. I mean, look, if people go, hey, could you remove this character from the game because of this and that? Like, I'm gonna be honest, especially with how much time has passed and how everything has been handled since. This is definitely probably the most valid case for just removing a character. And I mean that in the most loving way. But I like to think about how much that, like, what Cinder has positively done to the VTuber community, and just also, like, the community itself. The Pyro Pups. I will always stand by, I don't condone a lot of actions that were put on the lists at the time, and all that. That's the main stuff to take away from it. But yeah, so Mume's the splash art that's currently in action. It'll be a while till you see they're probably finished, because I don't think I'm getting much more work done on today. Sorry. Much more work done on it today. Maybe I'm do some on stream later. We'll see. One of the other thing, if you don't remove her, I'll release a Google Docie. Google Docie. Yeah. I think the fact that I've been, like, as transparent about how I think on these things is, like, my saving grace, though. Like, long term, if something does come up with those. Like, how do you... No, yeah. But, like, if someone later down the line goes, like, this person, like, mouth clearly, agrees with, like, what was done. Or, like, supports these actions. It's like... Anyone that actually has listened to me speak on the matter knows I don't. I very, very much am against said actions. I just want to think about people at their best. It's hard with some, I will say that. I think we've talked about Rushir in particular quite a bit. And it's just because, like, what happened with Cinder, if all of the stuff that was there was true, was the case, that does put her very, very close in my eyes to what happened with Rushia, and why I can't let design that. But I think I'll stand by if all the stuff that happened with Rushia had happened after I'd done a kit for her, which obviously well, truly before I even started working on this, I would probably be singing a different tune of I don't want to remove a character. And that's what I've said before. It's I kinda don't want to. Like, unless they, I don't know, crash into a bus full of orphans causing them to drown, I'm probably not removing a character. I know that's a really extreme example, but that's kind of my point. Like, I will probably make it very easy in the game for you to just disable things and not see them if you don't want to. I think that's the thing I was thinking about the other day, is that, like, what if you're in a run and you see, like, a character you don't like, and, like, I mean the individual character, like, they're that person, so you get their items in the shop, that feels a bit, And I'm like, yeah, I could probably make it so, like, you can disable seeing those in the list. And also it means that you can, like, optimize out kind of what you would see in the list anyway, right? I'm newly familiar with the Rushia situation through third-party drama tubers. So that's one that I'm like glad I say glad. I was there for the situation and I witnessed it unfold. I was there as part of the group of people that initially were like kind of upset with Holo and how that was handled, but then like information became clearer and clearer and more apparent as time went on. Like, it took basically a month or two until, like, things got understood, and then, like, about half a year later, we were all like, oh, okay, no, we can't actually, like, support a lot of the things that were going on there. There's a lot of things that were just really, really not okay. Right. So yeah, moving on though from characters and stuff, so we can get on to slightly more, like, I think, relevant topics again. So I have been tossing around ideas on how I was going to do my upgrade cards again. So like when you would level up and you'd see like the weapons and all that sort of stuff turn up. So one thing I've conceded is I'm gonna do the choices as kind of like 3 options that turn up side by side. Kind of like what you saw with how the crates worked, but I'm just gonna make that universal. That's the big change. Oh, sorry, yawn. So I've been testing out some ideas for that. I'll make this a bit larger so it's more in frame. I think there we go. So this is the first design that I have here. Actually, no, I'll show that later. So this is the first design that I have here. This is the second design I have, and this is the third design I have at the moment. kind of playing around with different visual styles, but still sticking within kind of a scope. Keep in mind the colors are very much not final. But please let me know which of these looks like the most what you'd want to see. One thing I will show is like this here is like a way of kind of showing how they would look. For example, with the positioning of things. So that would be kind of the idea. I'm gonna obviously play around with them more, but that's what I've got at the moment. 1 and 3 your fave. I like 1 a bit more. So this one. So this is, yeah, this is 1, 2, and 3. So you like this one a little bit more. Also, I love the best part is if I tab between these, you can kind of see exactly that a lot of things didn't change between them as well. Things got moved around a little bit, but they're basically the same. It's just I shrunk it down a little bit because I thought this one I was like, what if I made it a little bit more narrow? This is one if I made it a little bit more just like the top is the image stuff and then the bottom is the text stuff and made that bit more differentiated. I don't think it came out well. I think it turned too much into kind of like a weird ice cream sort of effect. It's because I'm trying to go with like wood and sort of colors. Which there's an argument there. What if I just change the colors? So like, do that. And then just go, I don't know. More of a, like a red. Something like that. Just as another example point for it. Take a picture of the MTG stand at the con. Forgot while walking around. That's what it is. But yeah, like... These are, again, playing around with sort of things. Keep in mind as well, like, this space here. So, this one, I'm gonna have to shrink this to similar to this size. Because this needs to be the icon space for, the actual icons, obviously, going in. And I need to, like, make sure that these are sized and spaced well. So text is going to be readable on them and info is going to be easily available. I'm probably going to have to introduce a scrolling thing so you can actually scroll between it. I'm probably going to make it... So this is where I come to that point of like, with descriptions, what I'm going to probably do is I'm probably going to introduce something I've talked about before, which is brief descriptions and complex descriptions. And you can toggle between them. I do have some images to use as a kind of reference point for this, but I don't have the, like, brief description example, immediately. But, like, so... Here is, an image from a event at the moment in Star Rail. And you can see how it's like, there's a brief description toggle up here. And how, like, if you look at these, they give, like, pretty absolute information, and then there's a very clear scrolling point here for, this middle one. I do need to get a screenshot of what it looks like when it's not in this condition. But, like, this is kind of one of the things I was looking at for, like, examples. You can see why I did, the middle one now, right? So I tried to see if I could, like, do a similar design to this, and it just didn't work. I also have these as images from that event as a reference point as well. I was also looking at a lot of TFT UI as well while I was doing this. I probably should get some more screenshots from TFT myself, instead of just trying to use ones on Google. Like, I'll be honest, right? In my personal thing, I like the direction this one's going, and I want to add, like, a better detailing to this one, clean it up a bit more. I'm gonna add shadow to this one as well, if I'm gonna do it further. The thing with this one is, I like how narrow this one is a little bit more. But I also recognize that might backfire on me. Right? Like, this is why, it's a difficult one. I don't think I'm gonna get it right. So I'm gonna keep doing more ideas for it, I think. But, like, I thought I would just kind of show these off for now, is that these were kind of some of my ideas. The other thing I also want to do, and this is a little evident from... If I toggle this away, right? So what I was thinking is, if I was to go with, like, this one, this would be, like, how these branches are on the edges. That might be unique to only, like, weapons, right? As, like, weapon cards would have, like, that detail. Item cards would have a different detail, and stuff like that. Which I thought would be an interesting way of approaching it to, like, give an additional way for the player to recognize at quick glance what they're looking at. Right? Because if I just quickly go back to those examples here, you see how it's like, oh, it says it's accessory and weapon and all that, but it's also the colors are different. So you can recognize really quickly, at a glance, without even reading this part here, this is very clearly an accessory. It's very color-coded to the accessory slot, it's got the symbol of the accessory slot, and then it's got the name of it also there still. I think that's, like, a really great UI learning moment for me. It's, like, recognizing how to try and do that the best. You can see the type before even seeing, like, yeah, like, it's, you can see what it is before you even read anything. Like, you don't need to do anything, you can just, like, again, you could phase the fuck out in your brain and just recognize that's not what you want to look at. Right? And I think that's the direction I kind of want to go with that. That's why, like, for example, I put this here, is I'm gonna potentially put, like, a rarities, sort of imagery for it. So, like, weapons are like a rarity tier looking, items are the same sort of thing. And then that way it also means that I can fulfill another thing I want to do, which is how the stats are going to get changed in leveling. Because one of the things, I think I commented on this before, I think it's in one of my notes somewhere. I think it's actually in my doc. My Google Doc, no, Jesus. Right, but it's like talking about how I'm gonna take a bit of a similar direction as stat anvils from League of Legends Arena, and I kind of want to implement them as how I do stats, so it's a range thing. So if I pull up paint, I actually wanted to pull up, I literally sat there as I was about to start stream going, I should make open paint earlier, because I know I'm gonna need it. Brains rotting from the Minecraft movie inspired meme overdose, pretty much. Okay, so what I mean by with the stat things, and this is something I find really, I think it's a compelling thing, because it means that, like, you feel there's better high rolls and better low rolls and stuff like that. So how stat anvils kind of work is that they're like, if they're of, I want to say it's like, for the most part, is like there's like 3 different tiers. And of the first 2, they have, a thing where it's basically, say, if it's, we'll just use crit, because everyone knows what crit is. Crit chance, right? And then it will go between, like, it will have 10, oh, well, no. Let's go 8% to 24% in brackets, and then it will be like, I don't know, 13.7% that it'll give you. So this is how the stats would work. It's you get this, but this indicates where you're on the spectrum of how much that stat could have been. I think that's really, really cool. Right? Again, this is not exactly the numbers from that game. I'm pretty sure, like, I'm just using this as a very brief example point. But, like, this gives me a lot of, like, interesting ideas with a lot of it, and kind of giving it a scoping thing. So I think that would be really, really cool. The tier 3 ones, I believe, are really set, though. So they're, like, exactly, like, I know there's one that's, like, crit damage that's, like, I think it always gives plus 25. So that means that, like, when you're getting the top tier ones, you know what you're getting out of it. But it also means, like, I can make upgrades that are, say, a character synergizes with how stat anvils would work, so, or, like, the stat anviling sort of stuff. It's, they would more often get them in the shop, maybe, or something like that, and it's, they have a higher threshold range. Or, like, they get bonus, like, plus, say, 20%, or an 80% maybe even, like, plus 80% stats out of each stat thing that they'd get. So it creates this thing of, like, now you don't actually want to get, weapons, or you want to get through your weapons and items so quickly, so you don't have them in the way anymore. So that character becomes, like, a desperate, EXP farm, so instead of like being a situation where like you'd want your items and weapons to be a balance of offensive and defensive and utility, they go full utility with their items to get as much experience as possible, because then they rely on the stat anvils to pick up for them later down the line. This might not seem like an incredible display of like different game design and stuff, but it's enticing a different way of looking at how to play the game, which I think's awesome. Right? That's the thing that I'm like the most excited with. Yeah. It's just there's a lot that I'll need to do with testing for that and ensuring like the values are done in compelling ways. It does give me balance range though. Again, it gives me levers, so like if, for example, people go like, hey, the damage is feeling really, really high from this, like in the late game, I can just go, oh, okay, so the damage, like the stat for damage is giving you between like 5% to 20%. I can look at that and go, cool, I'm then going to change this to, say, 15%. And all of a sudden, that's not hugely shifted the power level, but it's just lowered the cap point. So it means that RNG will determine that it will be on a lower end more often. Then if I get told, okay, well now it feels way too weak, what I can instead do is, instead of going back up to this, I can change this number to being like 8%. Which then raises the average back up a little bit, but it still keeps it lower. And it's these sorts of things that, like, now you've got, like, these really nice levers to pull to balance out the game in, like, more intense fashion. Which is something that I really enjoy. The weakness I will openly admit to is that this still requires data to be able to utilize said levers. Because, like, if I see damage is super, super high, then I can recognize that and pull down those levers, if that's because the late game damage is too high. If the late game damage is too high, that's indicating probably stats are getting too high, or certain combos are too strong. Then I need to determine what that is. That means I'll need to look at what weapons are getting used, what items are getting used, what characters are getting used, stuff like that, to determine the answer. But this means at least I have something to work with. There's a reason why I've been also spending a lot of time trying to figure out how I want to, like, pull player data. Because I don't want to actually... It's one of those things where I don't want to, like, pull data from people's PCs. Even if it's only game data that I'm getting from them. And it's like, it's literally just seeing what weapons they, like, the end of run data. Right? Like, that's the only thing I would pull from people if I was to do anything. I feel really uncomfortable with that, because I also have to set up a storage thing, I have to set up a secure networking, all that, potentially, unless Steam has really good integration for that. But I also... The other option is to just rely on people telling me, and there's danger in that. Right? Like, I'm sure we can all understand how potentially disastrous it is to rely on people saying if something's too strong. Because often, they will lie. They will say something is OP when it's not. It's just strong. Or they'll say something is game breaking when it's not, it's normal. You're just bad. This boss is overpowered! It's like, no, you're just doing it wrong. Now, is there an argument to maybe improve clarity? Cool, that's a different argument. And I'll always stick by this. I'll always stick by this. It's not me saying players are dumb, I'm saying people are dumb. This is something that will always happen in any industry. And that is why even I am susceptible to this as the developer for the game. Thinking, this is fine, why are you complaining about it, just accept it. The best example of this was the Queen of Clothes, which, like, I nerfed 3 or 4 times, going like, that's more than enough. Still wasn't enough. Right? We balanced that bitch on stream multiple times. Right? Watching a streamer whack the giant with a normal weapon, not dealing damage, and then complaining that the fight is unwinnable makes me agree that players are just dumb. It's one of those things where, like, you have to accept the fall off range of people. It's a bell curve, right? Some players aren't just gonna think the right way for the relative situation, and that's fine. I've openly admitted to that during, like, our Bloodborne playthrough and stuff like that as well, right? Where it's like, there are certain things I recognize were the correct things to do in the game, but I would not do them as part of my, like, action process. And that is because of how my brain works. And it's the same with other things, right? Like, how I play games and everything like that are very, very evident. And I'm fairly consistent in how I like to play games now, because that's how I grew up. But also at that same time, the way I like to play isn't optimal in a lot of cases. Again, any team-based RPG-ish sort of thing where, like, I have a group of characters and I fight, I'm always gonna make one as a, like, melee carry, one is, and, like, I've talked about this many a times, especially during Final Fantasy, one is a, like, melee-orientated carry, one is, like, a magic-orientated carry with a bit of utility, and then, like, a hard, dedicated enchanter, and then, like, an off carry with enchanting and healing. Like, an enchanting or healing, I should say. And, yeah, that's exactly what our team looks like at the moment in Final Fantasy V. But that doesn't work in every game. Some games you just need to actually, like, build multiple carries, or you need to build more hyper synergy around mechanic instead, and those ones I struggle with a little bit. I've been playing Monster Train 2 at the moment, and that one's, like, really mucked with me, because, yeah, you can't just, like, make a carry or whatever. You have to do things a very particular way. And in fact, one of my builds that I enjoy doing because it really pushes me to not follow the rules the way I do, and I've sadly lost my last run because I was an idiot, is the second dragon commander, or whatever they're fucking called in that. Where, like, that dragon just like, you can get it to spawn an egg that gives you more, like, rewards at the end of the fight. And I just put them at the top and literally just... They're not there for combat, they're there to clear the waves at the very end. And, kill stuff. the problem I had in the last run, so I run it with the Valor stuff, so I give it a bunch of armor and attack, so it just sits at the top with trample and just kills everything. Was I combined 2 equipment together. One of them was a really good one, which was like, gives you plus health, and then you're on revenge, so when you get hit, you deal damage equal to your max health. The other one I put on was set your attack to your health. I didn't realize that was a hard lock-on to it being that only, not it changes the base value. So it meant that I could no longer upgrade my damage anymore, which meant that I went into the final fight with 70, 80 damage on it, instead of something close to 200. Needless to say, I was very upset, and I'm like, I could restart this fight and not equip that, and I would win. And that makes me sad. So I just let the run fail. And it just goes to show, like, even I don't recognize a very obvious situation. Like, I should have recognized when it said it makes your attack equal to your health, that would be a constant effect, not a, like, one-off base damage change. And I'd like to argue that is genuinely me being a moron. Where's the other one there? But like, I could also argue that's me just not, like, that not being intuitive, right? And the fact that I can argue it both ways indicates that, like, both aren't truly inaccurate, but it was probably my misinterpretation. Normally in those situations, if you can argue both ways, it's normally on you. I think that's something I've learned. It's like, if you yourself can argue to both sides of it, you've probably misinterpreted something, and that's on you. That's the best way for it to be, right? Let's get some programming done, shall we? Okay, I'm gonna need create sprite. SP. Now I need to remember where this damn sprite's gonna be in my files. Oh yeah, there's something I need to figure out, by the way. I don't know if anyone, like, knows this themselves. I'm assuming it's a strip is, what's it called? Audio splitting. I haven't actually set it up for OBS before, but I need to figure out how to do the, like, setting up the separate audio tracks so the VOD won't have, like, audio that I don't want it to have. Cause I'll tease, fucking I'll talk to it, cause I'm probably not gonna be very subtle about it by the time it gets to it. I'm gonna do a karaoke stream on my birthday. Damn, I didn't make it a strip image. That's really annoying. And because I'm gonna do a karaoke stream, I'm gonna need to split the audio so I don't get nuked by VOD stuff later. Oh god! This is how I did this? Oh god, yeah, this is back when I did things like super shitty and manually. To be fair, I do want to just change the sprite at some point as well. Right, export sprite sheet. Open file. Yep. Weapons, iron mic, open. Is it 64? $64 by 64, wow, that's a wild choice there, Mouth. Alright, there we go. What is... Can I just do that? Okay, that's caused that to not respond. Hey, it did work. See a new weird-looking mole on your arm? That's not concerning. I'm having a great time now. I mean, it's one of those things, and I'll always be, like, the worst for how I respond to these, but, like, can you do anything about it? Can you think in it? No. Just go see the doctor. You should be doing the regular checkups to the doctor anyway. Just when you do your next checkup, go, hey, this mole just turned up. Could you do some, like, look into that? And leave it at that. Most of the time, probably nothing. So why stress about something you have, like, no actual active control over the situation? You do that, you just cause yourself more stress. Welcome to the world. If you look at the grand scheme of everything and how it functions, you'd never want to get out of bed if you thought about all the problems in the world and how you can't actually get involved with any of them. So just kind of try and do your best to live your life and interact with things to the best that you can. It's like, it's that whole argument of the starving children across the world, right? Like, can you directly do actions that fix that? There's some you can do, but realistically, there's not much actually you can yourself do unless you want to get involved with that. If you make it your problem and you do like a lot of work around that, good for you, honestly, thumbs up, great job. But like, to the average person, you can't actually do anything substantial enough to, like, warrant stressing and causing, like, excessiveness over. I think is the best way to think on it. Now there was one of these I wanted to look at. Yeah. Did you know there's an animation end segment? So this is a cute one in Game Maker that I saw the other day. There's animation end. And this actually saves me a lot of, like, problematic code that I've done in the past. So, if we go to one of the old weapons, what's the best example? Creative / fiction. Sure, let's go with this one. So this one had a toggle that was remove type frame, right? And then if we go to the weapon parent, we have to go to remove type frame. We have this bit of code here, which is if image index is greater than or equal to image number -1, it destroy instance. So what this is basically saying is if the frame image that I'm on currently is the last one in the list, destroy this. What animation end is basically all of that. So I could then do a do it this way. And now I can run that. That's right, I need to do his method call to make this less problematic. There. So now I can do something like this. So it means not only do, for these ones that have like on end the animation destroy it, if we go back up to, where is it again? No, not that one. We're looking for equipment. If we go back up to Gushing Blowhole, there is a script in here for reverting the direction. I believe. Which, like, I'm gonna be changing that anyway, but, yeah, it's create pillar function, create instance, weapon setup, hit type 1s, collision shape, push power, destroy falls, start time, destroy self, play videos, oh, I think it's in here. Yeah, there we go. I think it's this part here. So it's literally just gets to the final image, reverses the image speed, and then sets it to destroy itself. Like, all of this can be done faster now. Again, not gonna do it this way, but I just thought I'd mention that, as it's a really cute thing I can run now. Now, obviously, I will probably run some stuff to, like, make it so it's not even gonna bother doing checks, and writing stuff up, because, like, if I run this function every time, on everything, that's just gonna run a very, very minor function at times I don't need it to. So I probably will have a conditional check. I don't know, we'll see. If it's an empty function, it shouldn't take too much out of the performance. That would be the aim. But, we'll see. This might be one of those arguments of making multiple weapon parent branches, and then making one of the like the children have this in it, so I can pull that child piece. It depends on like how I want to do the framework long term. I'm not sure how I'll do it. So, what do I want to do for how I want to handle writing in something like Iron Mike? I think I should start writing in the cooldown related stuff before I try and put another weapon in. Like the correct cooldown stuff per character. So I'm gonna enlarge this so I can read things better. So I think it's that one I want, right? Pretty sure it's the delta time value I want. Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna go to player code. And I'm gonna start... Probably should do this as a script, actually. Do it as a script and then implement it separately. Cooldown functions. We already have a function space for this. Cool. Cool, we have a cooldown constructor. So total cooldown, current cooldown. How do I want to handle this? Actually, that's a good question. If I was to say, pull up calculator, I want to just play around with some values for a moment. So if I put 0.02, say times 1.2, creates that. Then times that by 60. So every second would equal 1/44th of a second. Or 1.44 seconds. That'd be interesting. Okay. This creates a very interesting situation we're in. Okay, I'm gonna pose a question. What do we think would be better? Because now I have two options available to me. Would you like to see, for cooldowns, we have two options. We have, let's see, we'll call it, reduction. Or, rate. We'll call it reduction and rate as the comparison points. So for cooldown, we have these two options. This is the one that I've worked around mostly, even though I've phrased it as rate. Where basically what it's doing is at cooldown trigger, calculate cooldown. Plus reduction. Now, mine's done in a weird escalating way, so the more cooldown reduction you had, the less effective it was, so it wasn't just straight reduction, it was like valued reduction. So this is what we've got kind of currently, and this is what most people will be used to. The benefit this offers is that I can tell you what your cooldowns are. Right? Like, I can directly tell you what your current cooldown is, and everything. Like, with live variables, if I need to. Rate, however, is an option we have available to us, because of what I'm going to be doing. What rate is going to be is that what I'm doing is, on every frame, I'm minusing, we're just going to put this value here for the moment, but this is basically, this value. So we're going to minus this value from all of the cooldowns. This value equals basically seconds between frames. So, that's why, like, if we go back here, if I go 0.02 times 60, this will equal... It's not quite, like, perfect, because it's not, 0.02, it's 0.17 or something like that. But it's basically, this is roughly speaking a second. Right? Like, it's basically, it will calculate to a second. It's the delta time between, then magnified because it's in microseconds. Yada yada yada. Point is, all you need to know is that we're really caring, what we're doing is we're minusing the seconds between the frame from the cooldown. What I could do for rate, instead of this, is I take this value and I times it by the rate. Which means this value will be greater, which means that it will take less time to get to the point. So theoretically, what this could mean is that, like, it would be a cooldown. If you have a cooldown rate of 200%, it would mean that this would tick twice as fast as a base-wise. The problem with this is I don't have a probably very clear way of indicating this to the player, other than, like, hover over what cooldown rate is, and it telling you that it just increases the rate at which a cooldown is, like, cooldowns go, basically. So this is one of those things where, like, theoretically, rate is... There's no real better or worse answer. I think reduction's better for the simple fact of, clarity. However, rate means that, like, it cares about the cooldown at that exact moment of calculation. So, if you have an ability on cooldown, and you get a burst of cooldown reduction, or a burst of cooldown, like augmenting value, we'll call it like that for the moment. Or we'll call it rate in this case. If you get a burst of cooldown rate, it means it actually affects the cooldown that's already, like, ticking down. Whereas if you get a burst of cooldown reduction, it doesn't affect the cooldown that's already on cooldown, and it means that potentially, if it's a short enough burst of cooldown reduction, you don't actually benefit from it on that longer cooldown. So it creates a very different ways of playing with these two situations. One means that cooldown rate probably means overall it's more consistently affecting your stuff, but it's less intuitive, and it has a lot more complications with it. Cooldown reduction means it's more intuitive, but it means that you could lose out on value. Very, very painfully so. And it means that less builds would be able to benefit from cooldown. Theoretically. Because, like, for example, again, like, Gura's one that I could pull out, which is that she gets a temporary massive boost to her cooldown rate. Or her cooldown reduction. you're not guaranteed for it to be there by the time a long cooldown comes off. So, I don't know which one's the better one to go with here. I don't think there is a very clear answer. I think I'm leaning towards reduction still being how I do it. Just cause of clarity. I think that matters the most. The eternal struggle, man, with a game design decision like this is that there's just, no matter who tells you what in the situation or what, like, is going on with it, there is just no, like, clear, good answer. I think because I'm aiming for a casual audience, the option that inherently gives better clarity is the one that I'll lean towards more often. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I think that's kind of my little detour on thinking on this stuff. Welcome to, again, how I work with a lot of this stuff is I'll do stuff along the way and I'll just go, I need to think about this. Okay, so what I'm gonna need is function cool down player, oh no, cooldown, give it a cooldown list, const. Constructor. Build this. Okay. So I'm gonna need in here. Cool down list. Equals blank. Also, I need to change this to all be capitalized because that's the base-wise naming convention inside of GameMaker functions. And then I'm also going to make, let's see, cool down tick equals function for var I equals 0. Very much this generic little bit of stuff everyone's used to, I think, at this point. I is greater than array length cooldown list. I plus plus. With cooldown list dot I current cool down is minus equal I'm gonna have to do the calculation external to this, just don't waste time. Go back to the game manager and literally just yoink this calculation here. Because I'm gonna have to calculate this on a frame by frame basis. Var reduction equals. That's not H for reduction. Because then that way it's local scoped, so we're safe for this. Then I'm gonna want cool down, clean up equals function. There is another function I'm definitely gonna need if I'm gonna keep doing it this way, by the way. But I'll sort that out in a sec. Let's see. So I'm gonna do it this way. So for var equals I. No, what? I equals array length cooldown list -1 I is greater than or equal to 0. I minus. If so there's gonna have to be a couple of things done here. We'll get to that later. All I'm wanting to do is clear it out right now. So if cooldown lit cooldown list I dot current cooldown is less than or equal to 0. Array delete. Whoops. Array delete. Cooldown list I1. There we go. I can't remember. Can I context the can I do, for example, I can't remember if I can context an array. I'm gonna say, give an array context. Is there a way to give it context? Doesn't look like it. So what I probably can do though is if we take this, we might be able to. I'm gonna do it there. No. What about here? No. Okay, what about there? No. I don't know. Guess I'm just gonna have to accept that that's gonna be like that. Cool, that's fine. Cooldown check equals a function. If cooldown list is greater than 0, cooldown tick cooldown cleanup. Nice and easy. So, to explain the process of what's kind of being done here, I'm creating basically a thing to handle cooldowns, so I can construct a list wherever I want. It's probably going to be on each player, so they handle their own cooldowns, and then I might need one for, I don't know, like, external stuff, like a boss, maybe. It means I could do stuff with bosses that way. It's kind of cool. What it's going to do is it's going to create a list inside of itself, inside this this constructor. Then we've got a function that will go through all of the things in said array and reduce it by the relative amount of seconds between the frame. So I write all my cooldowns in as seconds. Like every cooldown, it's like I can actually visually see this is 5 seconds and all that. This will mean that if the game lags, the cooldown will be relative to the lag still. So, as a very clear point, typically speaking, like I said, the frame will be between kind of like 0, 1 to 0.2, 0.01 and 0.02. It's kind of this range, if for 60 frames a second. However, if the game, like, lags and you only technically get, like, 14 frames per second, then this numbers will be extremely higher, and it will reduce the cooldown by that amount, instead of meaning that, like, it's only reduced. So, like, another way of doing it potentially is, like, having it so all cooldowns are multiplied by 60, and then reduce them by, like, -1. So, we'll just put it, like, so times 60, then we -1 per frame. If you had a 14 per second frame thing, that means that you've lost out on, like 46 ticks of cooldown reduction, or cooldown going down. So this is a lag preventative measure, I swear to God, this plug just, I need to stop complaining and actually buy a new charging plug for my phone. Because this one is gotten way too fiddly for its own good. No? Yes? Please? I have to go out later. I don't want you to be on 20%. Yes? No? There we go. Now I need to not touch that cable. So yeah, this should be a really good system for this. Again, so we're calculating that, go through the thing, and then we reduce their current cooldown by that amount. Then we have a function that goes backwards through that array that basically says, hey, is your cooldown on 0 or less? So therefore, obviously, it gets all the way to its end of its cooldown. It is? Cool. Delete it from the array. Now, this is where I'm probably going to have to add in, I'm just going to write in now, trigger events here. So if, like, it has a thing where I need to check the cooldown, is, like, it's got an effect to trigger off the cooldown, so a weapon would trigger again, stuff like that. That's how we'll do it. Then, finally, we've got this one, which is actually the function I'm going to be calling under all of the rest of the situations. This function is basically what it's going to do is see, is there anything in the damn array? There isn't, ignore it. If there is, we go through and do both of these functions back to back. So we do this one first, ensuring all of them have been reduced, then we go through and clear out any that have been resolved. I think that's a nice linear way of doing that. I don't think there's going to be much complications with this. This is probably one of my only fears because I'm having to recalculate a fairly intense value every frame. But then also I'm going through an entire list that potentially could get quite long. There's a reason why I'm ensuring I'm deleting stuff as I go. This is what we did before with our cooldowns somewhat. So I'm going to be transplanting a lot of the old way I handled a lot of the cooldowns over to this, but mixing it into this new, more narrow system. Because that's kind of what I did before is I held time sources. I think we can actually look at it all fairly easily from here. Is skill cooldown push here. This is kind of what we've got. So we get all of this, blah, 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 array push to other cooldowns, O player assist, all that. And then if we go, should be able to just open up the O player like this. It will probably be a bit laggy. what we're pushing through is the skill itself. So the constructor here. The type it is. Index, so it's current index and its cooldown. And then we go here. And I think this is what I mean by, like, it's all time sourced. This is the cooldown tick here. So we go to the player, and we go for the list. We go, if the thing is, the cooldown is not -1, which is a way of preventing, so I could have infinite effects, basically. It minuses by this amount, because this is how often I want the cooldown to be checked against. And then if it's 0, then it runs the function. And then it just does that for all of the rest. And on the player, we just hold the arrays and we pause them out as we need to. I believe it should be in step. That's inputs. Did I not? I have a function thing for this, I think. What is actually going on? Where is this done? Do I not pause the thing correctly? It's probably a function somewhere that I'm not paying attention to. Oh, I think this is probably held somewhere else. That's what's happening. Maybe external to the player. Come on. Ah, it's in the room start. Yeah, it's in the room stuff. That's what it is. Yeah, it's a room. That's collector. That's damage. That's health regen. Cooldown time sources. This one here. And then this gets pushed to this stuff, which gets pushed to here, so this is how I pause a lot of this stuff. Which again, that's the other advantage now, is I don't have to run an egregious amount of code for when I pause the game with doing this. Because before, what we had to do is we would have to go, like, to this array. Let's see if I can find the code for that. Yeah, it's all in the controller main. Here. So if the game gets paused, it would go through the list of all of the time sources each time and pause all of them. Right? And then, otherwise it would go through and then it would have to, like, see if it stopped. Okay, is it because it was, paused? Play it. If it's reached its end point, then delete it. Yeah, so here's the unpause thing. So it's like, if it's paused, resume. If it's stopped, delete. Whereas with this system, this literally is, I just don't run this function and they don't get cooldown. That's it. That's genuinely as straightforward as it is. So it means that I'm no longer running an egregious amount of code at every given moment. This is drastically less code being run during run, and then way, like, no code run by comparison at all on pause. Because there's nothing that needs to be done. It just needs to stop doing the action. Because that was another issue I had several times, is like certain things would still start ticking over while you were paused. That was a long-term issue that it took ages to get a good, clean answer for with that pausing system that we saw there. This just means I never have to deal with that. It just means I need to make sure I have the trigger event done. There is a couple of things I'm gonna probably have to do to, like, do the complexity for the trigger stuff. What I'm probably gonna do is, like, this basic constructor, I'm gonna pass through a function that is what it, like, oh, okay, with all of it I'm gonna do is a function that it needs to do, on resolution of cooldown. So, func equals, and then we'll put in a, func push get rid of that. All right. So by doing this, I will also have args equals this. I don't know why that's all changed up. There. And then what I can do here is I can do method call cooldown list dot func and then cooldown list dot args. There we go. So now we have it, so there is a call at the end going, hey, this is the case. Can I do array create? I'm trying to see if there's a way to add context to it, because I just want to see if there is. Because I'd love to attribute a context to it. Turns a new array containing that. No, I don't want that. It's scoping is what I'm looking for. Oh, yeah. Do I need the new? Okay, so that, I think, has added the context to it. But I'm wondering if it's gonna... game's having things having a moment. There we go. Always fun. Okay. Give that a hot minute to figure its shit out, I guess. Died out of nowhere while trying to turn it on. No, please don't. No, don't bring upon an apocalyptic scenario for me. God, every time I talk about issues with this PC, I'm just reminded of how badly I just want to get an upgrade done. So frustrating. I just want it done. I'm hoping, right, like I've talked about this many a times, once I've paid off all my current stuff, if all things stand normally, I feel like it's doable within the year as a PC upgrade. Because at this point in time, I'm gonna once I've paid off my current stuff, I'm gonna like start saving aside a little bit of money to just get the GPU out the way. Because once the GPU's out the way, I can just go find like really cheaper sort of answers to fill out the rest. It's motherboard, which is about $400, case, which is probably about $300, and then, or potentially less, depends on if I hit a sale or not. And then like, after that, it's just like, probably a total of $400 after that. So it's, outside of the GPU, all of that should be doable per month. The GPU is the only one that might make me like take 2 months to purchase, so there's probably about 6-ish months left. 5-6 months, and that's again if nothing happens between now and then, which I kind of want to do something job-wise, but it also indicates that I don't spend any money on anything else. Which I don't think I can commit to, because I definitely want to, I mean, I've talked about it, I'm trying to go for a license very soon. In fact, today I'll be talking with someone about that. So hopefully I can start setting that up for the next, like, maybe month or so. I'll go try and do license-related things. Once I get a license, then it will be about trying to get a vehicle and then trying to do, like, some, maybe, like, I don't know, delivery jobs or something to, or, like, other things I can do with it, nice and cheaply. In the, interim, so I just can get a little bit more money coming in. Because the sooner the PC's sorted, the sooner I can go back to buying magic stuff at an egregious amount. Now you might sit there and go, that's probably not how you should think about it. And to that I say, it's exactly how I'm gonna think about it. What do you mean? I think this actually does need to be a new to make this save. Yeah, the fact that that changed. I think it has to be a new. there's a part of me that kind of hopes, and I know this is a weird, like, breakpoint for it, but there's part of me that kind of hopes I can get the PC done by October. Because I don't know why, but I want to kind of do, like, a Halloween special thing. And obviously, to do a Halloween special thing, like, the extent that I'd want to, I would need a better PC than I currently have. It's such a strange one to do, but, like, I don't know. I mean, there was one year I absolutely will never forget, which I loved so much, is that me and a bunch of friends would buy, like, every week or two a new horror game during October and just play that. We would play it throughout, like, the week. It was so weirdly fun to do, because we played through so many bad games during that month. It was really fun. I think it was, like, in the era just after, like, Phasmophobia clones had started really kicking off is when we did it. It was good. Like, Devour and all sorts of games like that. It was good times. Okay, so what if I do... Okay, so let's make an easy array push to this. There we go. So we do that. And now I'm gonna do, so it's cooldown core dot cooldown array add. Then new cool down const type doesn't matter. So we need type index. Again, we're just going to put that as 1 because it doesn't matter. Base value. So what did we have for this one? It was like every 2 seconds? 2 seconds. 2 seconds. The function is fire. And then the arguments. Remember to properly vapor your... God damn it. And then self is the self. Elf. There we go. Okay. Now, I'm going to put in cooldown handle, cooldown core dot cooldown check. That might just straight up work, by the way. At least should trigger once? And then do this, and then do target. No, it's not gonna work because it can't gain itself from that. So now I'm gonna have to write in something manually for re-adding itself. So let's just do cool down re-add. I'm gonna have to take an intake of cooldown. Also, I just remembered that these are supposed to be capitalized. I love myself. Can you tell I was really good at my naming conventions consistently? Back when I used to work in IT. Whoops. Alright. Cooldown re-add. So it'll intake the thing. Cooldown re-add. And then new cooldown const cooldown dot type cool index cooldown dot total cooldown cooldown dot func okay. I think that works correctly. That's not what I want. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna make this a default for now. Cooldown list. I can't do it that way, actually. Alright, that's a good point. It's a pain in the ass. Re-adds equals array. I'll probably have a function, like, this is probably not inaccurate to how I'm gonna do this, realistically. For I 0, I is greater than array length. Readd I plus plus. Array push get. So what I'll probably have is there'll be a condition check. For if re-add. So there'll be one, so it inherently would check for that or not. Then I need to do the smart thing. Greater than 0, because otherwise it will cause errors. Okay, there we go. Let's try this. Oh, shit. No. I just remembered. No, cancel, because I haven't finished writing the things back onto the layer based on what I changed. Because now this will be wrong. Okay, let's try this. What? Oh. Yep. I see what I did wrong. Come on. Where are you? Yeah. Love it. Writing things too fast for my own good. Okay, let's see if we get an error. Fires. Fires. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1. Yep, no. Let's go. So that is using the new cooldown system that we've just tossed together. Again, welcome to early game development in any project. Nothing looks different. It is just getting it to work. But again, the benefit we have is with this, it is a fairly robust system that's gonna require overall probably very little introduced to it long term. We're gonna probably just make things a bit better. Smile through the pain, Dale. Yeah. I got a question, and it's gonna be a really stupid question. Do we want to add Dio to every single one of Henya's, like, abilities and items? Like, the end of it will always have Dio on the name of it? I think that would be fucking stupidly funny. True genius Dale. Was that ever a question? I guess, yeah, it's a good point. It wasn't really ever a question, truly. It's just one of those things I just thought about. I was like, that's just flavor win. Man, I can't wait to make it so her, one of her abilities is called Bounce on It Dial. I still get, like, my brain does not handle that joke. It just doesn't register. Henya casts her ultimate. Bounce on it, Dio. In 60k versions of Possible Futures I have seen, it was always yes to the Dio. Yeah, that's a good point. I just love the idea as well, like, that you're going through the game, you don't know Henya's in it, and you just see like an item or a weapon turn up, and it's just like the item's called like the Genius Dio, and it's like, well, I wonder what character that's from. That's just funny to me. Dude, no, one of the best parts of, like, in my head just then all of a sudden was, what if you get, like, that random shop where it's all of her, like, stuff relative to her, so it's, like, her weapon, her item, and then, I don't know, something else that's relative to her if you hit her as assist, and it's all just dial. I would... Oh, that makes me, like, both cringe and, like, giggle. To be fair, there's still gonna be the day where we add say-so and your buy mechanic to the game. Like, that's been in the books since the beginning, and I can't wait to add that. Because it's just the imagery of, like, someone playing the game, and they're like, I swear I'm say-so, but your buy's really good in this situation. Like, playing as your favorite, your Oshi, and you get the choice, and you're like, I know what I want to choose, but also, the other one's so good. I'm gonna have to, like, soft synergize each of them with, like, every character with their relative thing. Which is funny, because if it stands by how I remember it, Iron Mouse actually is say-so. Which, I'm not gonna say she ain't, but also... That's just the moment I had there. Because, like, say-so was intended to be, like, tanky damage reduction and stuff like that, if I remember correctly. Very utility-orientated. Whereas your buy was supposed to be, like, hyper-aggressive, like, damage and probably cooldown. Was what it was gonna give. Because I think that just thematically fits for what they're doing. I might be able to change that, though, with the amount of, like, other mechanics getting added. That might be interesting. Yeah. I'll think on it more later. Bounce on it, Dale. Oh, you know one thing that I was playing around with, design-wise the other day? So I've said before that eventually we are gonna have, like, weapons that upgrade and stuff like that with, conditions met. So, very much again, like, Vampire Survivors-esque, like, normal, more powerful weapons. What if, right? So, Star Rail's the one that kind of made me want to do this. What if I add in tiers to those? So what I mean by that is, like, this is a evolved weapon, like, or like it's an evolved upgrade. So it's just a nice, simple. These are strong. This upgrades, yada yada yada. And that would be decent. But what if I added a tier above that called ultimate upgrades, which are high intense conditions to meet, but, like, when you hit that kind of thing, you bust the game right open. So what I mean by this, and I'm trying to think of the best example for this. Holocure kind of has a good example. Holocure kind of has what would be called the, like, ultimate weapons, where it's like, you needed an evolved weapon and you need an additional item to synergize it all the way up to the top. And it would, like, in that case, it consumes the item and forces it into the weapon and then upgrades the weapon even further than beyond what it was. But, like, not definitely doing all of the aspects of that, but something along those lines where it's, like, it requires more than just having two things together, and that gets upgraded. It might be having an upgraded item or having, like, 4 or 5 of the, like, of things to upgrade into this ultimate upgrade. I thought that might be an interesting one to play around with. Because once, like, I want to stress, by the way, people might go, oh, isn't that going to be extremely complex to add and stuff? I'm going to be honest, the moment I add the ability to do upgraded weapons or evolved weapons, all of that's going to be very easy because of the way I intend to do it. Like, it's all just conditional checks. It's when something goes in the pool, it will add all of its conditional evolutions and stuff like that, and your game will check, or like your character will check against that on like level up and stuff like that, to see if that evolution is available, and if it is, to add it into the pool. And that's all it will do. And it will just keep doing that, and it will keep creating checkpoints for that. That's the intention. Because one of the ideas I had for that is, I talked about this before, having like the rainbow item build, where it's like, it's all of the items that are just raw stat improvements. They're not anything good in the game, really. They're pretty underpowered, but if you had all of them together, they synergized and gave you an Exodia effect, almost, where it's all of them get amplified by each other. I was thinking, what if you maxed all of them out, had your entire thing of all of those, and then you were able to evolve that into, like, a super thing that gives you a shitload of stuff. Just as a, like, really funny reward aspect. It'd be interesting. I will say, by the way, there is a rule that I know I'm going to put into the game that I don't think I'm going to say anywhere, but is going to be the case, right? So, I want there to be multiple ways of, like, creating these evolved items, or, like, evolved things. One of the best examples for it is obviously weapon and item. If you get a weapon and item evolution, under most situations, it's going to just be the weapon evolves or the item evolves, and nothing else really changes. However, I am going to have weapon and weapon evolutions and potentially item and item evolutions, and the difference with that is going to be if it's of the same kind of typing. So if it's a weapon evolution or an item evolution, it will merge the two. So theoretically, it's basically you just get a free slot. I will be careful, however, because, like, for example, if I make it merge, like that, what does that mean for, like, if, for example, items, right? If you need one of those two items for an evolution of a weapon, would that mean that you no longer have that condition met? I think I should still be able to make it, like, it will check for that, except for, certain cases, because obviously it would feel kinda stupid if, like, we're talking about the same level things, is if it's, like, weapon and item evolution, not item and item evolution, because if it's item and item evolution, and one of those weapons, or one of those items is already evolved up, it should not check. That should, like, null and void for that situation, because that's merging those items. You no longer can merge an item for that. So it would probably just be, like, two ways of checking it. It will be, let's just fucking draw this real quick, because we might as well. It'll basically be... So, say this is your stuff. This is your weapons here, and this is your items. So say we have, I'm just gonna do a lot of like random ass block drawings here. So say these evolve into each other, creating a singular item now in this spot. If this weapon needed, say, this one to evolve, it still can evolve if from this merged item. So both of these will be counted. However, if you have another item that required these to evolve, and it's merged, this is a no. Does that make it a bit clear? I know that drawing's terrible, but like... And obviously vice versa with weapon and item. I'm just using the items as an example point for this, probably for clarity's sake. I'm also probably never gonna make it so like passive and ability, like basically any of the abilities would be merging or anything like that, because that just locks that evolution to that character, and that feels incredibly foul. I'm already gonna probably be touch and go with that, based on how many, like, for example, I think, like, for the Exodia effect that I was talking about, where it's, like, all of the 5 items that give you this, like, that thing, and that creating the Exodia effect, it has to be 5, not 6, because we have 6 slots. So it means that if you didn't do that, it locks you out, because unless you play a character that has one of those items per se, which that's against the point of what they were. Because otherwise you just can't attain it. Whereas, like, if I make it so it's 5, that means every character can obtain it. Because, again, those items are supposed to not be character-tied items, they're supposed to be raw, like, this just gives you damage. This just gives you area. This just gives you that. And they're not good. They're, like, objectively worse than most things, but they can give you a lot more if they're the only things you're getting. It's still probably not worth it, though, under most situations, because they're just going to be raw stats. That's why I was thinking it would be really funny to have it as, like, an ultimate evolution of all those combined. Once they're max level, all of them combined together to a really big item, and now you're in a situation where you have a lot more slots available, so you can do more evolutions. I know that was a long, like, tangent on a really silly thing, but I thought that was, oh, it was an interesting topic point to point at. Alright, we've at least now tested this to be working. Now I'm gonna quickly introduce this little soft condition check. If bounds list I dot re add there we go. Alright, I'm happy with that. That's annoying. Alright, just make sure that didn't break something. This is good. This is a nice system for preventing lag-related issues. I'm really happy about that. It also means pausing the game doesn't cause issues. I can also, this reduction here, I could make it scale with the, so if I do, what was it again? It was that one. I could make it scale with the pause, or like the unpausing. Right? Because remember, we've got a system in place. I think it's under the manager. Yeah, game speed multiplier here. And then we increase the game speed multiplier after it's been paused and it's not at, like, perfect 1. Which basically sets, like, the speed of everything in the world. So you can see here, speed is influenced by the game multiplier. So you can only move so fast when unpaused. And all things will be affected by that. It's not just, like, the player. It's everything will be. Because that's the idea, is it's supposed to be the world catches up to the speed. So it means if you get paused, you have time to, like, recognize what's going on and be able to react to it a little bit better. Even though you're going to be, like, having to deal with this resume time. This is one that I do want to change up a little bit, admittedly. Because currently this has got that issue I talked about earlier with cooldown. Where if it lags, this will slow down. How much it will go back to where it should be. So I'll redo this up later with kind of a similar fashion to how I've done this bit. Right? That will require some math, though, which is why I'm, like, not really inclined to do it right now. Because it would just basically be figuring out how much I want to increase it per... Like, how long do I want it to spend doing the thing? Then multiply that and figure out the equation to make it nice and happy and clean. But it will be what I kind of change to. I really like this approach. I cannot stress enough how much I think this is just significantly better feeling for the player. Because it's just gonna... It's easier for me to manage, and it's better feeling for the player to just be able to, like... Again, if the game lags, which maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't know. I do not know. I'm probably going to make more things relative to this, by the way. To, like, kind of relative to the Delta time thing. Because that way, again, it prevents lag-related issues. the more, like, those issues I resolve now, the better feeling the game will be. And when it gets to multiplayer as well, it will hopefully make the experience good, even if it's bad, if that makes sense. Alright, oh man, the fact that the current season of anime is coming really close to finishing up is making me super excited. Because there's so many series I want to watch. And I'm kind of getting into that point where, like, I've gone back to almost, like, a year or two before shows to watch now because I'm so, like, desperate for certain things I'm wanting. Trash isekai and villainess. Those are the things. Alright. Oh my god, there's no way. Wait, I need to look up if this is true. Okay. That would be really funny. Sorry, I saw something politically news related that I don't want to go into too much, but I just saw that and I couldn't stop but giggling. I'll go into it briefly. Apparently, certain photos have potentially surfaced related to the current president of the US, and it would be very funny if it's true. I mean, and funny in the... Okay, funny's the wrong word. You know what I mean? Dear God. Again, there's not any actual good validity to this, and in an era where AI-generated imagery can be done very easily, there's a lot of questions to be upheld, and there's no images actually released as of current. But basically, apparently, it's images of Donald Trump at that one island we all know about and don't want to talk about, and how there's a list for it. Like, apparently. Again, allegedly, there is images for that, and I'm just like, yeah, that would not look good. But, as I said, always take anything like this with a grain of salt until very much proven to be the case. The fact that no images, or none of these said images have been released, none of them are public, and like I said, we're in an era where AI-generated imagery is very common. It is impossible to say with any validity if this is correct. Irregardless of someone that you trust says this, again, it's just best to always take information like this with a semblance of questionability. Even if it fits, like, your narrative well. I just find that really entertaining, the timing of that, after everything that happened on that fucking, was that a shirt, right, that you sent an image of Devil? I just want to show that shirt, because that shirt made me chuckle so much. This one. That is far too funny for me. Because that's been made like rapid speed. Dude, I want to stress, right, I feel like on stream I've gotten a lot better at being like a little bit more like, again, non-political, like, obtrusious and all that stuff. I am not fully like that in real life. In fact, I'm quite far from it. To the extent that I have shirts that are just, like, I love those shirts purely because they force one or two perspectives out of a person. Either someone chuckles to themselves for that same reason, or they look at me with the most disdain in the world. That is a shirt I would wear. And if you think I'm kidding, I'm not. I've worn shirts like that in public before. One of the shirts I had for a long time, I do not have anymore, is probably one of the most, like, politically charged ones I had, especially when I got it, which was #vaccines cause adults. And I wore that in amongst the, like, there was 2020 and 2021 that I had that shirt. Actually, no, I think I had it before then. I just wore it more, like, every time I went out, I wore that one. So yeah, I will openly admit that it's very much the kind of person I am, as I like to troll in public as much as I can. And I found that absolutely hysterical to just, again, you get two reactions. You get those that enjoy it, or you get those that really hate it, and I'm like, I ruined your day, and I'm glad. On the topic of politics, oh boy, what's it this time? There's, again, keep in mind, there's only certain politic things that I'm happy to talk about. I think that Donald Trump one was as much of a reach to the side as I would be willing to go for with some of the stuff that's happening in the US at the moment overall. Because, good God, there has been so many things I would like to talk about. All the stuff that's happening in New Zealand that's a fucking mess. Well, one thing that was really funny to me the other day, but I will not even mention that because it will backfire significantly against me. I just find it's, again, we're in a world where talking about, like, government politics and stuff like that is such a contentious topic, but the problem a lot of people kind of misinterpret is the concept of politics is debate, right? Is, the word itself is in relative to basically, if there is a debate, it is political, is the way it goes. The problem is that everyone thinks of governmentary or council or whatever related politics as the definition of politics. So I'd like to personally say that in the actual definition of politics, it is impossible to avoid politics. You have to accept that it will happen day by day. You want to know what our Polish politician who ran for president in the last election did? A madman took a fire extinguisher and protest against religion and politics and sprayed the candles. Oh my god. That's concerning. Yeah. I hope that resolves nice and cleanly and easily by the end of it, because, good lord. That's a yikes. He also climbed a side of a government building and took down the Ukrainian flag and other countries. Oh my god. That's kind of foul. That's just sad. I can't understand, right? Like, again, I don't know if it's sore loser argument or not. But, like, we've seen it a lot in political spheres, is the sore loser feelings. Where, like, you'll see a politician be extremely upset and act like an absolute child when they lose. Or absolute child when they win as well, which insults the situation even more. I just hate that politics in a lot of global sense has turned into drama TV. That's always something that will bug me a lot. He also ran into a building and destroyed a model as well as a large cardboard written how the life. He's a crazy person. Yeah, no, that genuinely, like, you didn't even need to tell me he was a politician. It just makes it worse that he was. That, like, genuinely, right? Like, that's a crazy individual. It just happens to also be they're tied to politics. That's fucking wild, though. I'm hoping they've been arrested at this point, right? Like, they've been taken into custody? Because, like, there's no way. He's a ban from entering cinema. How the hell is he even allowed to... How has he not been taken into custody? Nah. Wild. Security's following him around everywhere. I like the fact that it's like security's following him, not for his safety. That's fucking wild, though. Holy shit. Nah, how does someone take those kind of actions and not just go to the, what the fuck? Like, that's civil terrorism acts that person's done. Like, that's the wild part to me. Because, again, when we come to, like, actual literal definitions, that's what that comes under. To be fair, I did hate the fact that we got to a point where, like, coughing in public felt like civil terrorism. That was a wild time to be alive. Dude, early 2020s, man. Nobody liked that. You go to the supermarket and you cough and just everyone around you looks. And you look like you've just, like, actually shat on the floor. The disgust that they would give you. Like, dude, I'm sorry that I'm in a mask that's drying the shit out of me. Like, I have asthma. Fuck you. I feel like that's all the justification I actually need. Wild times. It's 6.3? Okay. That's not too bad then, I guess. Still bad. Still, like, again, as someone committing acts of civil terrorism, getting any votes whatsoever is concerning. But, you know, the world we live in nowadays, huh? Choo choo. I just saw the meme. Choo choo, motherfucker. Dude, I love Nero. I can't. Man, I have such mixed feelings about when she's gonna finally get added to this game. Right? Because, like, it's gonna be a pain in the fucking ass. We're gonna add Neuro, it's gonna be an awful time, but it's also gonna be like, I'm gonna be so happy once it works. I'll say now, and I've said this before, if I pull up my list, give me a second because I'm gonna have to do this off screen so I don't show anything. Google Docky. I guess under the redo planning is where this info is. Every time I see good fucking... I'm gonna always say that now. Like, the short answer is, by the time it gets to Steam, expect all these characters. Like, the next update is all of this. And it's me being very serious. Is it's gonna be re-adding all of these. I'll do like a soft update over to Itch, and that'll probably be the last time I do an update over there, outside of like maybe some bug fixes. Because the fact is, I'm actively working on all of these characters here. For the assets, and once their assets are done, developing them gets really, really fast. It's gonna be fun, though. It's gonna be fun. The main thing that needs to be kept in mind, though, and I will openly, like, kind of point at this, most of these characters in this list here, they're gonna probably get soft reworks, especially the older ones. There's one rework I want to do somewhere. Okay, this sounds awful to say. There's a thing I want to do with one of the older characters, I just don't know which character. And all of them will suddenly graduate. I mean... Mermaid's graduated, and Fauna has graduated. So as long as none of these ones graduate, we're fine. And it's not because of me or in some random ass curse. To be fair, you could actually argue Fruit has graduated because she hasn't turned up in ages. I think she's just on hiatus though. Just none of the rest of these please graduate. I don't want to feel... Like, I already get joked at for that. Like, every time I go, oh, I'm gonna do this character, it's like, please don't. The amount of characters you've done and they end up graduating is a little high. Because what, in this list, Gura graduated. That's the only one that's graduated in the original list. Technically, again, there was a character that got removed and then another character got added. I don't know why I'm saying that. Definitely not looking at Matara for that. But yeah. No, I'll probably re-add all of these characters in, get their updates done, and then I'll release a soft patch for it all. But that means once this releases, hopefully only 3 of the characters in the list have graduated. Which is ironic, because all of the characters that are in the list that have graduated are Hololive. That's actually really stupidly funny. Holy shit. The more that I think about that, that's actually the case. Because it's Gura, it's Mume, and it's Fauna the only graduating in this list. Or graduates. That shouldn't be as funny as it is. Save me from myself, good lord. Ugh. So I released the game to Steam, all, like, 5 of the characters, just, like, 5 of the individuals just announced graduation right there and then. I'm like, I'm gonna cry. The advantage I at least have is that with a good few of them, they're probably never gonna graduate. I'll graduate when they die. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say it that way, because then it's gonna get weird. It's always a weird thought, though. And I know this is a, like, slight off-topic moment. Well, not slight off-topic. It's a very weird topic to bring up, and it's a little parasocial. I'm gonna put this out now. But it's just the thought that, like, there's certain individuals that I just would never think would graduate. Admittedly, Guru was kind of on that list, but, like, that's kind of why it's unsurprising that she's gonna turn back up as her own self. Or, like, there's gonna be a new fish in the waters. When you do the full release, suddenly VTubing. Yeah, just VTubing ends, no more VTubers. But, like, Iron Mouse is an individual that she's talked before about it, is that it's not impossible for her to graduate. In fact, she said it is definitely a thing that could eventually happen. I just find that really strange, because, like, yeah, in my head, it's just... I don't see how that would happen. Because I feel like it's one of those things that is so core to the individual, and I feel like losing a lot of that would be really hard and painful, but I know that, like, that's happened to some. They've been bullied off the platform, or something's happened in their lives, or they've just needed a change. And it's upsetting. It's really upsetting when all of that sort of stuff happens. I mean, one of the worst times for that that I remember, where things just got unnecessarily toxic, was the Hogwarts game, the Harry Potter game that came out at one point. Which, I don't know if people remember when that released, and just the sheer sleuth of toxicity on the internet around it. And how, like, many streamers and content creators and stuff were just treated like absolute dog shit just for expressing interest in playing the game. Irregardless of things, it's just like, oh, you're supporting these thoughts and these things. And it's like, no. You don't have to be supporting those things that want to play the game. No, it was a really wild time, and I feel like that was just a great example of how foul the internet can be sometimes. Made me very disappointed. Like, I'm trying to even think. There's not been many. It's a fucking video game. Exactly. Right? Like, I'll always stand by a perspective I've had in the past, and I've talked about it before. Which is separating artist from art. Is you can appreciate an artistic piece separated from the artist. And if you enjoy the piece a lot but don't agree with the views of the artist and stuff, that's fine. There is nothing wrong with that. Because, like, a creative should not... Okay, this sounds wild to say, kind of in a sense. But a creative should not be hailed as a great individual. This is why I hate kind of how much, TV actors and stuff like, or like just actors in general, right? Like big movie actors and producers and all that are hailed like they're beyond human. So they're not. And the fact is that every time you hear something about them in the news, you very clearly see they're dumbasses or something. Like, the best actors out there are the actors that act like a normal human fucking being outside of the camera, and because of that, they also tend to actually be good people, because they recognize they're not complete arrogant asses that are so much better than others. But I'll also say that sometimes those actors can be still enjoyable in their movies. I don't know. I struggle a lot with the sort of perception around that stuff. However, by the way, this is not... Okay, so an important thing to acknowledge with this argument that I'm putting forward, by the way, is to rate things separately from, like, the artist and the art, right? This does not mean you should praise art that is dog shit. Because, realistically speaking, if the artist is really, really bad, and, like, their perspectives are really fucked up and shit, there's a good chance that comes through in their art. And if it comes through in their art and makes the art worse, you should not turn a blind eye to that because of this argument. That's an important thing to acknowledge. I'll stand by. Bigotry's bigotry, and you don't treat it any other way. I think that's a very important thing to kind of keep in mind with it all. And I've said many a times how bigotry is one of the things I don't condone. I liked certain artists' art until they started farming one particular event. Yep. I think that's also why, like, I tend to turn away from, drama tubers, because, like, okay, or news tubers, because, like, news tubers turn into drama tubers most of the time, because that's what gets them views and gets them interest. So it's no longer about being informative, it's about getting clicks. And that's something that disappoints me. Very dark things happen. He just started to draw things about it, and they started to look worse and worse. That's sad to hear. I think that's just sad to hear to me. That's all I can think. The thing is, he was also trying to call out people farming that thing. He's at 15. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, something I saw recently is I was watching through some of Kaif's videos again on one of his off channels where he goes through, like, indie games, or low-rated games and stuff like that, and he just plays them and leaves an honest review. And I actually appreciate, like, do I think his reviews are sometimes a little antagonistic? Sure, I guess, right? But, like, for the most part, he's fairly constructive about the feedback he gives in his reviews for those. And there was one that he posted, and he got a response from the developer, and the wild thing about it was... So there's two parts of this that make it, like, combined wild. So, the response from the developer is because he basically said, like, the lines are cringy, here's some bugs, and, like, that sort of stuff. And he got a response basically saying, how dare you wield your, like, audience to be... like, against us and all that, and it was, like, you're cringe and all that. And it's just like, okay, well, that's really rude. Then, the game, like, 2 days before this review response, the game developers announced they were updating and fixing a lot of the bugs he'd mentioned, which was really funny. Also, hey, Yoyuki, hello, Raiders, how's it going? Hope you had a good day today. Just talking about funny, silly things. I say funny, silly things. It's just silly people being silly. But yeah, it's a good example of, like, developers failing to communicate with their player base in a nice way. Something I wish they did more. Players need to be nice to developers, and developers need to be nice to players. It's an incredible idea. No one's gonna follow it. fluffy but still super hot. I mean, just get like a fan under the desk, a fan to your side, and then a fan on the other side, and you're fine. Just get more fans. It'll work eventually, right? And if that doesn't work, just put a mini fridge under your desk. The Polish politics was fun. Yeah, the politician that's like actually just slightly crazed. It was great. Have you seen the silly clips from yesterday? I did. I chuckled something fierce rewatching those. Actually, I think I posted them over on my community Discord as well. Just going like, hey, in case you missed it, these are really funny. I just honestly rewatching from your perspective the health vial dropping on your head and dying, and just us straight in like disbelief. It is incredible. Nice streaming, or go to sleep. Catch you later, devil. Have a good sleep. But yeah, that was... Oh, that was so funny. Oh. That was just an incredible thing. That's the best part of those games, though, is it's all like the weird, wacky, wild things that can happen that don't make sense. Just adds to the charm. It's like, it's a weird argument that like the best games are the games that don't work incorrectly. That good old indie polish. Alright. I'm pretty happy, so... I think it will just start being sillier and sillier the further we get now. I mean, at this point in time, it's like, there's gonna be like 2 enemies per room. Soon. It's gonna get wild. Okay, and then I think it's L to pause. And P to unpause. Yeah, I'm super glad that's working. I'm super glad that's working. It's a wild bit of work for the cooldown stuff, though. But at least it is future-proofed against lag. And that's the important thing. Now I just need to do that to the rest of the game. God damn it. I don't actually know how I'm gonna do that. That's a good point. How would I do that? Get that calculation going. I will have to figure that out later. Because I don't want to do math on stream more than I already have. Okay, so... Now that we actually have cooldown dependency... Now we have all of this as well. That's the weapon object stuff. stuff. Skills, weapons. Weapons is empty, right? Yeah. Not that one. Okay, now we start with this. I think we can start doing this. Alright? Yeah, surely. Actually, that's a good point. I'm gonna need a thing to pull out the function itself external to the function, which is a really weird way of explaining it. Because basically what I did here was I just feed through the struct that the function's inside, because that means that the struct is established before the function call, and it means when the function call, like that function call there is pulled, it can just pull the same data in easily, because the function will be set disambiguous to it. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to do some weird stuff with it all. Okay, do I have a skills constructor? Skill core. We have this. So what do I have here, and what needs to potentially be done? And what weapon do I want to do first? I actually don't know if I want to do the Iron Mike first. I think I might do Matara's Claws first. Because they're really basic in structure and design. And they're also going to be essential for some systems later. So I'm going to need the sprite for that. Where is create sprite? Edit image. Run both those programs into the ground while this loads. Image. Import strip image. And then I'm looking for honeyed claws. Open. Wow, I forgot how big these files were. Huh. So that's 128 by 128. Convert. Yes. There we go. And then close that, go to the workspace. I need this to be 15. Then I need this to be middle center. Perfect. So, using our more whatever this is system, skill construct core. I'm going to make a function for setting all this up. So function weapons list base. Because I'm gonna have to... There's gonna be certain weapons that are inherent to the game, and then there's gonna be other ones that get added in to the list as modified. So I'm gonna have to put this one as a separate one. So first of all, let's get a var array equals this, return array, so we know we're returning an array. Then function weapons list. I'm gonna put this as div. Okay, the reasoning behind this being a div list is because... How do I explain it best? I'm gonna have to do a bunch of systems around the whole place to organize how the weapons get introduced into the list. So it's like, hey, is this character unlocked? Cool, that gets added to the list. Checkpoints, right? This way it means I am not having to filter out through the base list. I'm adding to the base list later. And I'll just make that a nice function check for everything. This means it gets called at the beginning and the function should technically be a little bit more lightweight. The div list, however, I think that's where I'm just going to put all weapons for now while doing the testing. Just because it's going to be easier. So... It does mean I'm probably going to handle things very differently on other parts of things. Actually, I think I know how I'm going to handle something later. I might make a note on my little notebook here. My handy dandy notebook. Getting weapons list. Have base list. Then go through unlocked characters and add their items and weapons. The reasoning behind that means what I can do is prevent the weapon being added that the character has, and then it also means I can add the thing without having to do this weird shit that I did before, which is super caring about, like, the index here. Because, like, I had to care about, like, oh, Mataru's weapon 21. I think that makes that better long term. So that's why like the base list and the dev list are going to matter so much, is because the dev list is going to be where I put all weapons and it's only going to be activated for dev. Then I'm going to take the weapon and put them in the character, and then it means I can go through my character list, see what's unlocked. Is it unlocked? Yes, then add weapon. I know it probably doesn't make a lot of sense in some regards, but it'll work. Skill construct core. And then the skill construct core requires skill description first. So what does this need? It needs a name. So this would be honeyed claws. Then it needs an icon. We don't have an icon at the moment, so it's going to be SP whip. Description. Again, we're just using basic stuff, so slash in direction whip. Super type. So we need, gets, no, what is it? Super type dot weapon. And then we need subtype, which is an array. Subtype. I have the list somewhere. I think this is AoE focus. Might be wrong. We're looking for honeyed claws. Focus AoE projectile. So AoE. Focus. Projectile. Skill constant core, don't care. Let's see. Struct skill const description is expected. This should be correct though. Oh, it needs to be a new one? Yeah, new. Skill const core takes no less than 3 arguments, but 2 are provided. Yeah. That's not a problem. Okay, so then we need a new skill. What's the next one I need? Oh. Don't lag on me. Skill function. Can I just write it here? No, okay. New skill const func? Is that not how it is spelled? Eat shit. I'm also gonna fix these now. Const fuck. Alright. We're getting there. Oh no, it's all sub-thinged. Oh, am I an idiot? Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna fix this then. How to fix other things. I will do this though. Because it being functionality stupid. For now... Okay. So this needs to be... Yeah. Needs to be some work done here, but I'm gonna do function... Do that. I'll leave it at that for the moment. New skill. Const values. And then this one's just technically an empty one as well. I'll still put in some of the values now, so... Let's try and aim to always have the most commonly... So this will start at, say, 4. Damage... space 1. Area levels up once. Cooldown doesn't level up. That's right. So I guess your area. 1.5. Area. And then speed doesn't matter. Don't care about that. 7. Cooldown. Okay. So now we have, theoretically, we don't have a level up array currently. That doesn't matter because we don't have a way to utilize leveling up, and we'll leave that to a much later down the line thing. We're going to care more about ensuring all of the systems are in place for triggering the function. Because again, we're currently just trying to see if we can get the weapon to work. So, let's go back to the player. Okay. Oh, that's fine. I probably should make a function for this. Do I have a section for this stuff? Core scripts, play functions. I guess it kind of comes into that. I would prefer to have like a separate thing for player functions. Script. Player functions. Hide this. Player stats. So let's go through. Let's see. Defensive. So we are going to need health. So health. Current. Health. Max. Max is the baseline. Context of player. Okay, so health max. Health current. Armor is gonna. Damage reduction. Adjust it like that for now. Actually, it should be damage. Reduction. Put it as damage taken things, because then I can put in damage received. Amplification. Health regeneration. Equals 0 by nature. So technically it actually does result in 0. The big mistake that I think I've done with the game so far is the fact that base-wise the game actually is supposed to be super low, like you're not supposed to have health for regen. Which is a good point. I probably should put this at more close to 800 because that's kind of where I'm balancing around. And then I can find out if that's too much or too little. Probably need to pull it down by another 100, we'll see. Healing. Amplification. Equals 0. Damage equals 1 because it's 100%. Final damage amplification. Probably misspelling things, I apologize if I am, but I'm just kind of trying to type fast. Modifiers. I'm gonna put them under this listing. So, area equals 100%. Because it will be 0 additional. Cooldown equals reduction equals 1. Because keep in mind, so with projectiles is a set amount increase. So if you, unlike these ones where it's like area is 100%, damage is 100%, cooldown reduction is 100% because they can go below, technically. Projectiles is exactly raw, like, you get +1 projectile. You don't get 100% projectiles. Because then that starts getting into really finicky numbers, and I don't think that will be intuitive and beneficial for a player. There'll be all sorts of other modifiers I'm going to have to add, but I think we're just going to leave it at this for the moment. So I just need to go back to oPlayer, and we're going to run this function. So now the player will have stats. Okay, so now that the player has stats to work off of, we can also do a bunch of other stuff. Okay. So I'll leave that alone for now. Weapon, cool. Now, I need to think about this. So I have it struct, I have owner, and then in this case, I also do have recast. Don't I have a thing for recast on like everything? Or no? No, I don't. Oh no, it's just it cares about the owner of the cast. I probably should have owner and caster separate. Because technically the player is the owner, the caster could be not the player, but it could be cast from other locations. So again, to explain why we had caster before, there are a couple of like summons, for example, and other things that would copy the effect and would echo it out. But like, for example, with here, the reason why we have recast is because the recast basically questioned or not how many times the projectile would trigger, and whether or not it was the ability triggering it, or if it was the weapon triggering it. I have to look into some of the stuff for it. We're not going to care too much about caster, recast, and owner stuff for now. But I am going to have to do a skill cooldown push thing. So, function, cool down, skill, push. And then with this, it will be struct, I don't think it matters what type it is. Because I'm going to be doing some weird shit anyway. Cooldown value. So skill type, index, cooldown. Oh, that's what I did that for. Right? Yeah. Because then it was weapons cooldown at index thing. Yeah, it was a way of doing some of the stuff very hardcore set. I don't do that anymore. Yeah. I think that's actually all I'd need then, if I'm gonna do it this way. It does depend. How do I actually have it written all on the player at the moment? The list, extra skills, triggers. Yeah, that's fine then. I'm not gonna run those as separate cooldowns. I'll just have a cooldown thing and then return the index it's at. So I would need index cool down index equals -1. And then we go to cooldowns here and we go does array push? It doesn't return where it gets put into. Returns, yeah, not applicable. Array functions, array. Array pops take it off the array. It's the last element of the given array. Remove the last element and return its value. Removes the first element of the given array and returns it. Inserts a value or multiple values into an array at a given position. You provide the array with the index, You can additionally provide further arguments, and they'll all be inserted into the array in consecutive order from the given index. At The index is outside of the length of the array. The values will be added at the given index, and any empty slots in the array will be inserted values we set as the default value of 0. So this might actually be how I do it. It seems really weird, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be var index equals array length. Then I'm gonna need the owner to come through for the struct. So owner is array length, so then we go owner dot it was cool down I think that's actually how I've written it, by the way, in the player. I think I wrote it without the thing. Yeah. So cooldown core dot cooldown list. Oh, yeah, okay. And then array insert this. Actually, no, it's not in. Oh god, yeah, it's gonna be. So it's insert at, so that index, and then this is what's getting inserted at that location. Okay. So then I need new cooldown. What's it called? Advanced. Yep, that's all capitalized again. I need to fix a lot of these things along with the way. Type. Skill. It will be under here. It will be super type. Then I need index. Struct dot index. I need base value. Cooldown. And then I need func and arg. Func 0. Alright, God, the more I'm looking at this, the more painful it's gonna be. then I'm also gonna want to do struct dot cool down index equals index. I think that's kind of where that's gone. Okay, owner. No, we don't need caster because the assumption is going to be that the owner and the caster are the same. If we're pushing it as a cooldown. So we're gonna need the function, we're going to need struct, we're going to need owner, that should be that. Okay, and then we come back to the weapon code. And we're gonna push this in here. And then this is gonna be struct. Cooldown is going to be struct dot value 3. And then so keep in mind as well, the benefit I have here is that you might go, oh, well, that's just this, like, doesn't feel very malleable. That's the point. This isn't supposed to be malleable at this stage. It's because that is how I want this to be. I want this to be a little bit more manual in some sense. There'll be things I'll do to automate these processes, but it's it's making things work. It's the core thing at the end of the day. So now that we've got this part here working, I'm actually just going to get this to do a show debug message. Worked. Except I'm gonna have... I know there's nothing else that can do this, but I'm going to do... Okay, so then we go back to the O player. And then I'm going to Control K this bit here, and we're going to get weapon list debug 0. I'm then going to administer a cooldown skill push. Weapons 0. I'm gonna see if this works. So what we're waiting to see is that on the output log, just it basically saying this is triggered. That's all I'm wanting to see right now. Would I prepare for crash? There we go. Unknown object.owner. Array insert owner.cooldown core.cooldown list. Cooldowns go push. Weapon 0 to value 3 self. Okay, that's actually interesting. So that means, yeah, specifically line 83 on skill, on cooldown stuff. 83, this one here. Ah, was it this bit? Triggered. Triggered a second time. Triggered a third time. We're getting there. Nice. Okay, so this is a thing I've just noticed as well. This isn't gonna matter. We'll sort out something else to deal with that problem later for a variety of things anyway. That's huge. So that means we've got this. This is triggering. This exists currently. Now, it might not be obvious how big of a deal that is, but that's basically meaning that I can now nearly, with a couple of things obviously changing, copy and paste from here on out. Like, there's not actually that much else here, so I'm gonna put, I will put in var amount equals, and I'm not gonna bother with a recast check here, but weapon, struct dot value 1 plus owner dot projectiles I will copy most of this for now. for now, we don't care about the amount. The amount doesn't really matter. I just need to do, with instance create layer caster dot x caster dot y instances o weapon parent image angle. Let's just pull that code for now from the skill here. Getting the direction and stuff because I'm lazy. Damage equals struct dot value 0. Image y scale times equal random 1 minus 1 image land equals C Y, because I'll deal with this later. Don't need to worry about that. Sprite index equals SP equals. We'll leave it at that for now. So I've got to figure out a way I want to do the delay between each of the actions. Okay, so it doesn't get removed currently. That's fine. Skills core. Let's see. Instance destroy. Come on, fucking move. And then it was animation end event equals struct dot func. Now, what else did I do with the thing to do damage? That's right, I have a lot that I need to deal with that for. So... Okay. That's right, I don't have this very cleanly automated. I will need to do some stuff about that. Let's just copy this for now. Okay, that cleans up that. Get rid of this. And then let's try this. I'm gonna have to find a way to make this more efficient though. Like this system here. Or like make it easier to write. Because while I'm, again, I said, I'm more than happy to try and make stuff more, like, manual in some spots, just because of, like, reasonable effectiveness and how it will be. This is one of those ones where I think I do have ways that I can slim this down. Okay, so that removes itself now. Does this actually deal damage? Not that I can see. I'm gonna stand right on top of you. Have I set your collisioner? That, again, that could also be just as simple as I haven't set up a collision mesh for it yet. Alright, that's the collision. haven't set that to be the step function, have I? Step event equals struct dot func2. That would probably be it. There we go. Very basically going for some of that. I will need to have a couple of things sorted out. One of the big ones I can immediately see is so we don't have a way for it to latch onto the player, so currently it gets left behind wherever you cast it from. That's an issue that's very easy to resolve. Setting up a better system for some of this stuff, because currently this is a little hashed together, but we'll find a better way of doing it. Nonetheless, though, that is a very raw version of the honey clause in the game. And this is big because, this means, like, how much of this is just copy-pasted over? And how much of this is just going to get, like, more and more like that? There's a lot of things that are missing. I have easy ways of adding those further and further in, which is what I'm excited for. Like, I cannot stress enough how much, like, this is really, really cool to see this already as far along as it is. We've been able to port things over. So I'm going to just continue porting weapons and stuff over when I can. It's going to probably be what's mainly delegated to stream time, though. So I apologize if you're going to be going, why are the weapons not progressing far enough? I'm not doing as much code outside of stream as I am doing art, because I want to make sure I get all the art assets ready so we can just keep going with coding. And yeah, I'm really, really happy with more or less the current state of this, and how outside of just a couple of muck-ups on my end of writing things down, we've actually not encountered in that many errors. Like, realistically, I think we've done a very good job of making things really consistent and just straightforward. I really love that. That's something that I'm very proud of myself for, and so should any programmer. Is like, most of this is just kind of a walk in the park, and I'm able to do things nice and, like, straightforward. I'm very happy. So I'll keep finding ways to try and make this not automatable. Again, that was, I think, the mistake I made with the previous version of the game, where I tried to make things so automated and so, like, just easily just type in a value and it does all the things, that it meant that I was spending so much time unrealizing it on making it so everything works within that scope. And this way, at least, it means that while I'm going to have to write a lot more, it should mean that what I write matters. Everything has a lot more, like, impact and relevancy, and it's easier to track. Because it means as well, like, if one weapon doesn't work and another does, it means I can compare the two a lot more easily, whereas, like, if all weapons don't, then I have to go through everything. And potentially it's not even something relevant to said weapon. But I do think that, like, the on-hit methods, weapon damage handle stuff, like, I think that's kind of fine. But I think that, like, this section here could be maybe cleaned up a little bit to handle things a touch better. Or, again, like, some of this I feel like could just be turned into a function that runs external. Or, like, a function that I can call, and it just does exactly this, but it means I can just write the function, write the inputs, and I don't have to rewrite this section every time. Because that's kind of the point of where we're at with this stuff. Is trying to find what is super consistent between them, and what can I just, like, ignore. With this one, like, I could write this as, oh, if it's this kind of weapon, I can just call this function, because this is, if it's hit it before, don't hit it again. That's simply what this part here does. So that should be pretty easy, and then this is just tacked onto that. So all I'd need to do is pass through damage and target, and that would be super easy to just kind of, like, pin this all through. I don't actually think target matters here. Yeah. So I'll sort stuff out. It'll be good. I'm happy. I'm very, very happy with how this has come through so far. And the fact that I'm able to get this weapon in here. Again, level up systems not implemented at all yet, so we can't, like, test around with that. I want to get the weapons cleanly added base-wise before I start adding leveling. And that will be important. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I'm gonna finish up here. So yeah, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.